Can't believe you owned me pre-stream.
How did I do that? How? You gotta explain this, Doug. How could I possibly have owned you?
Because I was mentally prepared. I thought it was late. I was like, all right, let's get right into it.
I mean, you are late, but not like that kind of late.
When are you not owning Doc?
That's from Mel answer.
When there's no distance.
Oh shit. It's only during Super Robot Wars am I not owning Doc.
True.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Dazzle Bun Boy, thanks for following.
Ooh.
How many lore memes can we make? That's a great question. So I'm gonna give like people like a minute to show up. I'm not gonna be on this big Mel screen for very long.
In the meantime,
I'm
you can roll
already
the
to
clip.
the video game.
In the meantime, you can roll the clip where I completely destroy you. Sir Tubby OG1.
It's time for everyone's favorite pastime, voiced Ace Attorney.
Look,
But Christian, why aren't we simply playing a game with voices?
I don't care what anyone says. I have a genuine enjoyment for voicing Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
It's just so silly of a genre of a game that I don't know. I can't not enjoy myself doing it. It's too fun. I mean, Reg. Yeah, it really does. Eat your hamburgers, Apollo. Eat your sushi rolls, Naruhodo.
Point.
Eat your dango.
Eat your dango.
Eat your dang old dango.
Holding out.
Eat your bangers and mash, Ryunosuke.
Also, Ray's feeling a little down, but hopefully Gray's Attorney can pick him up, and he's going to be the character we've set him up is not in the first case, and he's going to be voicing Judge Hell. I still can't believe this man's name is Jikoku. Like, come on. Have I been? Hey, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. All right.
Do you think he has a PhD?
Yeah, PhD in sending you to hell.
Then he'd be Dr. Hell.
Well, give it a few years.
Mazinga.
They're really ambitious of them to resurrect Dr. Hell and make him a judge.
This is actually Dr. Hell's ancestor.
Oh yeah, this is how we got started.
Pretty cool.
The lawyer system. All right, we're gonna select adventure. We've got 2 games. And we're not gonna play that one for a while.
Better.
It's time for a new game.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern
Norian scum!
nation.
Thanks for following.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh, heck.
Oh my god. The adventure of the great departure.
Bienvenue à la carnival.
Ron.
Yep.
I realized I have someone perfect for you to voice.
Sure.
That we did not address, who will be showing up multiple times. Christian,
Do you remember? Hey, really quick.
Good old Inspector.
Yes.
Yes.
Really quick. Do you remember the 21st night of September?
No.
November. Fuck. Oh, I already screwed it up.
Oh,
Great.
We were this
job.
close.
you're doing your
Alright, carry on.
best.
I respect the moxie.
I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. how can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate?
I can't believe this is happening. We're playing Greatest Attorney.
Woo! I love this game.
At long
I love
last.
these games. Who's the bailiff?
Anyone can jump in on random characters.
What?
Oh, no, nothing.
Save your glares. Murderer.
Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
What a name.
Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial.
That's enough.
That's someone else.
Free.
He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer.
And who are you?
I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today.
Lawyer.
Yes. And until a judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue.
This is great.
No, go back. What is a lawyer?
Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet.
Andy, you remember what a lawyer is? And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry.
It's fucking Sakura Tyson character.
It really is.
What are you apologizing to me for?
Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
Oh,
My beloved Kazuma.
my beloved Kazuma.
There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you?
Not in cold blood, no. Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone.
And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high.
You mean...
I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke.
He knows.
Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. Not my senpai. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate.
It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Our qualifications don't mean much. Yet.
It's true. Japan was actually a little further behind on the legal system.
This is about the turn of the century, I think is the time frame. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last.
I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day.
I'm okay.
Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court.
So should everyone else.
So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world.
Clown fiesta.
I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's a mysterious aura billowing around his temple.
I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes.
You Taipaka.
The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too.
Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together.
If only it were that simple.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner.
Aibo.
You know he said Aibo.
We are
Fades
the
out of
best of
existence.
Aibos. It was straight after that.
I doubt it.
Shut up.
Fuck.
That's when it happened. Asugi, may I have a word?
It's the Christian show, starring Christian.
That's me.
Professor, I didn't know you were coming.
Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asugi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers.
Shikoku.
To His Excellency's chambers. Why?
He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before.
He must be a fellow student. I see. I'll go at once then.
I shall accompany you.
All right then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom.
Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Bye.
Fades out of existence.
Phase out of existence.
This is awkward. I'm talking to myself. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I am a professor of forensic medicine at Yumei University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before.
You may call him.
As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asugi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand.
Yeah. That's friend.
As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again.
Oh.
Well,
That's
What? As I suspected, You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. But he's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer.
Yet.
Yet. No, at all. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial.
Oh, there sure fucking are.
Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway and you hear these violins go in.
Worry not, Chad. The Christian show starring Christian will end soon.
Ryunosuke, I heard they're bringing in a live orchestra today.
But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction.
No way.
You should admit guilt. No.
You should admit your guilt.
Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do?
That's right, he's going to marry you and Kazuma.
But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not.
Defendant,
Ah!
court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Whoops.
It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours.
What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway.
So mean.
This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny.
After 20 minutes of preamble, here we go.
Good luck.
22nd November, 9
There's a lot
a.m.
of plot to set up.
Supreme Court of Judicature. Sure. Courtroom two.
Judicature.
No, Jazar.
So this is a courtroom.
Also, here we are with our boy. This is our Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
He is so cute.
Phoenix Wright, he is not, but he is just as nervous. Look at those eyes. Look at them going everywhere.
I adore the animations in this game.
Yes, they're very good. Welcome to the court.
Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power.
I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there.
Don't say that out loud.
I didn't.
The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial.
A secret trial?
A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend.
What? But why?
That's a great question.
It'll become clear in time. But for now,
What kind of lawyer are you?
you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin.
Here he is. Ray.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Is that Guan Yu?
It's Judge Jigoku.
Chikoku.
Yes! Judge Hell! Hey, Ron.
Oh, baby. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency.
As is the defense.
Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate.
That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself.
Oh, God.
Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial.
Uh-oh.
As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial?
No. This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do?
Well, gosh, I wonder.
Yeah, and obviously.
Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense.
What is the meaning of this unruly outburst?
I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself.
You'll be... What?!
What are you playing at, Ryunosuke?
Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now before the trial.
He did what?
He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose.
Uh-huh.
How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off.
Gentlemen, please.
That's never been a problem before.
Okay.
No, it's not that, really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you...
Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in.
Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial.
Well.
I gotta say, I'm really glad that they kept the Winston Payne lineage all the way back to here.
Ah, yes, the Pain series.
Yes.
But they called him Ouchie!
Ouchie.
Oh my god.
What was his Japanese name, after all?
Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, Counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san?
Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank.
Posture, Ryunosuke. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated.
Indeed.
Perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I'm sorry, it's stuck on something.
It's alright, Ron.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan.
Also, like how he just has alcohol on his desk right there.
It's sake.
He's ready for the party after the court.
And so am I.
Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present.
I'm sorry, it won't. We
Do I
won't be
make
conducted.
myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
This poor boy.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you undertaken.
My competence. What does that mean? What does competence mean?
What does competence
He's
mean?
questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Oh, yes.
He hasn't asked you yet.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank?
You know me so well.
Don't want to say anything.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
I haven't given you the button yet. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E.
The press of E.
If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to waste. And there's no time to waste.
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E.
E.
You'll find details about the victim in here. Wait, that's me. No, that's someone else. When you're done, just
Victim
C.
me.
Go back.
He's my best friend.
So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. And also your badge. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. Then press R to present. Try it now.
It
Who
was
is the victim?
clearly Yujin Mikotoba. Clearly, the victim is Takatsuchi. What a name.
Ouch!
Ouch!
No, it was John H. Wilson.
Or, as he's known in Japan, Watson.
Yes.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson.
Christian.
What?
I'll stop now. I just want to make certain that everyone knows Watson is dead. You know, the Watson.
Actually, it is pretty important, fair enough.
At least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university.
Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago.
Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire.
British Yatsume.
The Britannies.
Is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. As most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations.
There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation.
What a
Yes.
name.
That is a mouthful.
I like to call it the AJTNF.
And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman, has been spilled on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not?
V5
Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor?
But I didn't do it.
This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter.
In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers.
Yes, genuinely.
And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime.
So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it?
Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman.
Of course. Never respect the British.
Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman.
Now he's a dinner.
But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime.
Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going.
Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer.
Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class then tomorrow. Then, partner, try not to
I
shoot
will.
anyone on the way out.
Zoom! The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think.
Wow, it's incredible to think.
It is incredible to think. I don't do it often. Wait. Ah, I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello.
Ryunosuke, don't do it. Worst decision of your life.
So I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson.
Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death.
I shot him. I mean... the cause of
Ryunosuke!
death. Well, obviously that was...
Easy money.
Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. Unless you're the prosecution.
By evidence? But how?
Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select to present. Do it now.
It's this proof that I'm a Yume University student.
I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Male.
Okay.
British. Two of the worst things. Fatal hemorrhage.
From
Bullet did
pectoral
not pass
ballistic
through the
trauma.
body.
right.
close range.
Now, Tommy.
Yes. Well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma.
And to read, you imbecile? That's the post-mortem report, I take it.
Yeah, sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report.
In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way.
Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later.
I'll be testing you on this later.
No.
This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we assume that the victim was shot at close range. Point blank, one might say.
Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record.
Oh, yes.
You're welcome.
Modern scientific evidence.
Close range.
Photography.
So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible.
Very well. I am satisfied with your answers.
Well, someone has to be.
So
Heavens
yeah,
know
it's like
you're-
1901? We're like actually like turn of the 19th century. Or 20th
Yeah.
century.
Yeah.
Let us start the trial.
There is a way to figure out very close to the exact year, but we'll get to that.
Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened.
This is it then?
It is.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
I can still get you off.
Of course.
Just like always.
When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Aosogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
God.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he?
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Well, my first piece of advice is... rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats.
Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
That headband will never be reined in. Constant aura of protagonist.
It was given to me as a small child.
Hello, Ron.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Welcome to one of the more fun recurring characters.
Sweet. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter of the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival.
Oh my god.
He's got a bit of the consumption. Don't worry about it.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, jam?
That's blood, Ryunosuke.
It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me.
It should.
The man's got tuberculosis and he doesn't care.
Well, it really, really should.
As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. The grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, in Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. My
It's
apologies.
Occidental.
Occidental, thank you! You are quite the astute rival.
It means that it's relating to the countries of the West.
Ah, I see.
Understood. Osonoga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy. Please.
Oh, perspiring, maybe, but aspiring?
Let me,
Damn it.
Ryunosuke.
I'm having a good time.
It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. Diners.
It was
Diners.
diners.
Okay, gotcha. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen putting away the crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
I mean, no. Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw. You amateur!
But
No buts!
The next time you interrupt at an appropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo.
Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? Pardon my bonitis. No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student.
Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table?
What's the matter, Ryunosuke?
That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table.
Really?
And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Well, what do you think you should do, Christian?
Kazuma, what should I do?
You're the defense lawyer, not me.
Wait and see.
Also, I did already tell you.
I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject.
Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you?
I suppose I am. I'd never have got into Yume University otherwise.
But you can't always just follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty.
Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you?
But
With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
I'm sure of what I saw.
Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy?
End text.
No,
We didn't hear you wrong.
Oh,
that's okay.
the deceased gentleman came to dine alone.
He's a liar.
But I don't believe it.
Titus. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to.
We're doing very well, Kaiser. Thank you for joining us.
Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume.
Yes.
That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. So turbulent I can't speak properly, but I'm...
It's okay,
I'm
Ron. Don't worry about it.
However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone.
Sure. Clearly.
Clearly, I am not lying.
Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter.
You have my thanks.
Clearly.
Thank you, sir.
The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence.
Well,
Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once.
Oh no.
of course. Here you are.
So,
Oh my.
there is a problem.
What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now?
Something certainly seems to have shaken him.
Ryunosuke, I think that's tuberculosis.
I'm dying. Oh, God.
He's fine. Don't worry about Hosonaga. He'll live.
Oh. The court has now heard the process of the case.
Now, can I... Oh, I can examine.
You can use the magnifying glass if you have trouble seeing.
Oh! I can see
You
the
see here on the
pix-
card, it's red!
I can see the pixels of this X.
That's
I
the
love those
Xenogears logo.
Oh my
It sure
god!
is.
Shit. What does it mean?
Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon
Damn, what a concession. If you immediately commit so that you murdered this man. Maybe you'll live.
It's still a thing
Right.
today.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of this case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
That's sworn witnesses.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence?
Well, Naruhodo-san has never played a Phoenix Wright game before, has he?
There was no Game Boy in Japan at the time, Melissa.
Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this.
As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it?
What?
If the accused is in fact innocent, and a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary, are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
Never give up.
The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke.
The battle.
I guess
man's in
it's
the
not-
wrong
He's brought
game.
his sword.
The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses.
Holy shit.
Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is.
Oh my god.
I love him.
What a guy.
I love him.
Indeed.
Not as much as I do.
Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
Akumato.
Prosecutor Ouchie, that's Mazinger, not you.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever.
You guys are killing it, by the way. I haven't been able to say much. You guys are killing it.
The prosecution calls its next witnesses.
Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once.
We're killing it almost as much as I killed Dr. Wilson. I mean,
Oh boy, these two.
What the hell? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
Ray, I would like you to voice the military man.
Okay.
Duck, can you voice the old man?
Okay.
Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir.
Oh my god.
perfect. Brilliant. You had him in
Perfect!
one.
Perfect!
Myself, I find my employees purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Correcta, at your service.
Also brilliant. Wow.
I get it. I get the name.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh, we'll get used to these sorts of names, baby.
antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing.
I don't know him.
Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of question.
They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business.
I can't understand a word that old man is saying.
What am I taping noon for, Christian?
He said always post-noon.
Yeah, post noon.
He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular to La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele.
Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. I'm saying he looks poor.
Oh, you
That's
both
fucked up,
wit-
Ryunosuke.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident.
The precise moment.
The precise moment! Is that correct?
Affirmative!
It's so
The enemy unit was seen attacking the fort in what can only be described as an act of war, sir!
Ray. Ray, you're killing it! Holy shit!
It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir!
Oh my god.
This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Huh.
So, this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead.
Yes.
Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable?
If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start.
Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir!
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
Is that okay on your voice, Duck?
Yeah.
Okay, it
Just make it
sounds
fair.
like it does damage. You're doing it good.
You guys are killing it. Oh man, what is that somebody for real?
Testimony. I was ingesting a regulation of beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
You're gonna kill me, Ray. I love this.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
From the back, huh?
Yes, I did. I mean, no.
I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment.
Also, chat. If you don't get Mr. Nosa's pun name, just think about it for a hot second.
You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! This cruel and unforgivable enemy!
What do
I
you
have a knife!
No!
No!
What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day.
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone.
Unless.
Is that really true, Ryunosuke?
Why
Well,
are
you make me shoot
pushing-
all the time, but that's not here or there. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor.
Why did you do that?
After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting.
Wow!
This is a gun!
I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up,
What do you mean? Nessa obviously knows it was English-made. Japanese guns were much different. Especially at the time.
that's when I shot him. I mean,
Ah!
that's when he was shot.
Well, if that's the truth, then you obviously shot him. I mean, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere.
Real deal 6 moment.
And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was.
There is.
You better hope so. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses.
Cross-exam.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt.
Hello, Shark Boss.
Hello.
Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
I mean the defense. Demands his right to a cross-examination.
Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it?
Yes.
How pathetic.
Uh-huh. How did he know?
He heard me.
The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Ah,
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it's irrelevant.
Kazuma is so commanding. I didn't know he was like this outside.
Very well.
Internal thoughts internal, Ryunosuke.
Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses.
All right, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination.
Well, you see, Ryunosuke. You put them on the cross, and then you reenact the crucifixion.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements.
How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Yeah, Score, what's up?
Well, yes, but
It's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence.
right. Evidence.
All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you.
All right then. It's all or nothing.
You wimpy little podium slap! I love it!
It's so good. I love the animation. This is when I fell in love with the game.
Oh, let me
His
see.
little.
I love Ryunosuke so much.
Tickles me real good, it does. Oh boy.
It begins.
Here we go.
Are you ready to cross? Yes!
Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique?
I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you.
Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Attention!
No!
Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot.
Oh,
The real question, yeah.
great
If
victory.
food could
just
receive
thought.
medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
We couldn't afford it, Ryunosuke.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question.
Stop putting your hand up.
This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Are you hungry?
Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and waiting your release from prison. Try it!
Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir.
Try some.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Hi, enemy please.
how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case?
Oh, you could have mentioned that. Oh, sorry. I'll do my best.
I was trying to have a little faith in you.
So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise?
Negative!
Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover.
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
It's not easy knowing what questions to ask.
I'll bet you were extolling the virtues of a particularly golden curio. Allow me to go through these really quickly. We'll get to the second one afterwards. Just like good old Phoenix Wright games, once you've reread these, you can go through them as fast as you want.
I think you can do that in a setting. Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here.
Alright, Christian, look for just once. What setting is it? Text skip?
Yeah.
I don't think it's text skip. Is it?
enable. Enable.
Oh,
or
no,
disable.
actually, yeah, it is that.
I think so. Yeah, we can try it.
Okay.
You could just manually not
I
skip.
have no
You have
idea
it
what.
right. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them.
I understand that. The question is, how?
Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected.
I know, my cursor's on screen.
It's part of the gameplay.
I'm clicking to progress the text.
You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts.
I'm about to press F.
Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency.
An inconsistency.
An inconsistent E. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart.
R to rip.
Press R to rip.
Ah.
Press R to activate blade mode and enter Jack the Ripper.
Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be giving a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and it will receive a guilty verdict, which means you will go to jail.
He'll die.
So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement.
All right, I'll give it a try.
He'll do
We're
his
supposed
best.
to be doing that already. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like.
Can I do it forever?
Yes.
So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner.
Put the hand down. What are you doing? We get ready to
Drawing
draw
my blade.
4.
I'm drawing my blade. Don't try to stop me.
It's very suggestive.
Yes, it is.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
A Koban boy.
A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Edo coin?
The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognoscente appraised of its indisputable value being present.
Holy shit.
So, you were hoping to sell your koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant.
Yes. It's quite clear where you're going with this, boy.
Boy.
You are about to assert that the penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious koban. That's so.
Well...
You little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Light it! Subordination!
No, I didn't say anything.
Hi, Meta.
Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for.
We are university.
No.
No, wait, that's him. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday lunch.
Hello.
There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business.
Doug, I feel like we asked you if it was hurting your voice, and you,
Yeah?
turned it up just to, see if it could.
I'm fucking invincible, you see.
You are, Jesus.
The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
Grappling.
I see.
I see.
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time?
Affirmative! I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian!
Holy shit!
But that's impossible. I only...
Allow me to confirm just one point, please.
What's that, Private?
Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table.
And so what if it was?
Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment where the killer actually fired the gun.
Gotcha.
Ah! And double R!
I don't believe this.
My sixth sense.
My sixth sense!
Sorry?
This man's out here with his fucking Sharingan. I heard the gun.
My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of the murderous energy radiating from your foul mind.
What are you, a Trails character?
What do you mean? A split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet!
Surely that's not really possible, is it?
Do you think I'd have gotten to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son?
New type of guy.
Well... It would seem this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed.
Well, he's a silly man.
This is not good.
No, it isn't.
This is not good, Sean. This is very not good.
Hi, Hannah Meyer. Yes! We're having a good time so far.
I mean, no. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was...
Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet!
Thanks for following.
Who else do you see around here in black uniform?
Well, there's someone standing right next to me, if it's the description as well, but...
I would argue that these are brown.
It was you little weasel! You went under the firearm on that man! From behind his back! And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me!
His face staring off at the camera is so funny.
I'm not quite sure.
What, that you're a citizen of Nippon?
No, yes, it's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind.
In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back.
Hello, Nordic.
Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it.
Kazuma, not in court.
Internal thoughts.
Should I press everything, Christian?
I mean, are we all having fun with it?
What?
I'm
Yes,
having
we
fun
are.
with it.
Yes.
On your hands and knees. Could you explain that, please?
You
I
should be
think you know very
familiar,
well what
Ryunosuke.
No, shut up, Kazuma.
That's right. Spurning the arthritis as I was in order to retrieve the lost piece.
Burning the arthritis is a brilliant line.
He's boning the arthritis.
Retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to?
Thanks for playing along, Doc.
The Koban, of course. The exquisite hallway, a Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal.
This man's thesaurus needs to go away.
After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, ow! It was there no more, it simply vanished!
Ow. The Koban vanished.
It's gone.
Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened.
I just want to point out that Koban is going to be so much more important than you can possibly imagine.
Wait, I haven't even played GAA 2, so like, it's not even in this game. I think. Anyways,
You heard the gunshot, you mean? No, another line. Oh, it's no concern of mine. I was frantically scanning the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure.
I feel like your voice for Kurekata is just, he's getting older by the second.
I'm not getting any younger.
Well, that is true. We're always getting older by the second. That's how time works.
Thank you.
So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred?
Yes, I did. Indeed. Myself, I did not.
Alright.
Duck, can we get a...
He already quacked. He got it in
I already
there.
did.
Oh, did you?
He snuck it in there. You didn't even notice.
Well, we had one from earlier as well.
Ryunosuke.
Let's keep it in the... Let's keep it in private.
Oh, sorry.
Can you figure out?
Can you figure out what exactly is a... Oh, I have to... Right, click controls. Can you figure out exactly what is wrong with his statement of shooting him in the back?
I think you could present either the autopsy or
Ryunosuke!
or
Ryunosuke, look! Beefsteak!
Oh my god!
Ooh.
You're right!
But
Beefsteak!
if that's his back, then someone misdressed him very inappropriately.
So anyway... Yes! Oh, stretch.
playing that, cadet? What does that mean, Miss Subordination, thrusting some photographic print in my mustache?
Good, you're thrusting, just as I said.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here.
Nonsense. What can... Oh, sorry.
That's you.
Oh, he's getting knocked on the door. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know?
Well, obviously, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating.
Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court.
Oh, the music's kicked in, let's go.
This is Kasuma's theme. Kasuma? What?
Do I have to explain it to you?
What are you talking about?
It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement.
I am here.
Welcome back.
What?
Sergeant Iesa Nosa.
Yes, no, sir.
Yes, sir! What, sir?
The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel.
Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the court with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
What
Although
size
it's
of
bitter.
Gundam is that?
Yes!
But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because...
Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh, I see. I see the issue. The emphasis on issue.
What is made of a child when he's a father? What do you mean?
What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
It's a baby.
Certainly, there was a clear discrepancy with the facts here.
Was he about to give birth?
Would you not agree,
Ryunosuke.
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious black Hardyval steak, sir!
What?
The last testimony the court heard.
The court heard.
The court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd!
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Yeah! Yes, look at the pain face.
I wish I was smart enough to prove that. Wait a second. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy.
Do you see now?
So this is what being an ace attorney is all about.
That's right.
An ace attorney.
We really are some kind of ace attorney.
But I definitely saw him! That university cadet there! He was pointing the fire directly at the victim's back!
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up the floor.
And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. I can't quite see much of anything at all. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Oh, yes. You were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you?
Indeed. The prize. Go on.
Jesus Christ. Do you need some water?
I'm
Oh my
100% fine.
Oh my god.
Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. What?
Good thing we have.
I'm gonna
water.
die. Holy
Good
shit.
thing we have. Good thing we have subtitles.
Holy fuck, I gotta take it out. I need some of my own water. Holy fuck.
It's a really funny duck. Keep it up. Oh my god.
Is it incomprehensible? Or...
No, it's great.
Oh, okay.
It's wonderful.
Okay.
You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. Nothing could distract me.
Oh my god!
He's doing it now.
He keeps turning it up!
Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoey Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself.
As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution.
Yeah,
Oh,
about
don't
that.
bet on it.
Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon.
Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has heard just now, what? was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British,
The British.
it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now.
You're so professional, Christian. Don't think I don't hear those little noises. I'm paying attention.
As the main character, I would also agree.
What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger. Wait, what? The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back.
Good old Japanese proverbs.
He's saying he got rid of the frontal attack, but now there's an ambush coming together.
I understand. Okay. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have committed this despicable crime.
Possibly.
The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke. Naruhodo.
Are you sure about that, buddy?
What?
He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? I'm sure it's not genetic or anything.
Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation.
I lose.
Or die.
Is that clear?
Man, this guy's so much cooler than regular Ace Attorney Judge.
Right.
Look at his face. That's not a scar. That's just how deep his lines run.
Yeah, I mean, he just seems to still have his faculties.
That's clear as clerical glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir.
Aw.
The baby.
Excuse me, but there's something... someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think?
Authoritative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name? Ido.
Haha.
That's good.
It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny.
I forgot that his baby's name was Ido.
Ido.
I don't know,
sir.
Ido. Attention! Your fathers want to quell to the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Oh my goodness.
I love the animations.
Little baby. The baby.
True culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise motive of the firearms charge, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, almost crisp. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Like myself most days. Oh.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! What now, my son? These testimonies are certainly relevant.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
My apologies.
Okay.
Please! Enough of these outbursts already!
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel?
Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Oh no.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
This doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
Oh my god.
Get
Carbonated water?
Carbonated water.
Perrier.
I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman.
The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well.
Well, he's a silly man who should probably go see a doctor.
It's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him.
Soon.
It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report of Great Britain on time after all.
Right.
The witness testimonies we just heard leave no further room for doubt.
That's right. These are the very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet.
Mia?
What?
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 If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination.
I don't know, Kazuma.
The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick. Understood?
My victory is waiting. Rules can be so unbending at times.
Unbending. Ah, oh, God bless.
Yes!
No. It's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun.
We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uninformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Uniformed. Oops.
It's okay.
I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked.
Did you?
Did you see it? Did you see me blink?
Well, how could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. And so there you have it.
Have what?
Ted, shut! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman!
I think that says it all. Don't you?
Hey.
And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korekta-san?
God!
Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up.
Stop picking up guns, Phoenix Wright characters. This got Edgeworth in the trouble. Now it's you. Come on, man.
To be fair, I did it first,
Ah!
and at exactly that moment,
Gone.
a gunshot rang in my ears.
Follow events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean?
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. I still have a knife. Does anybody want to buy it?
No!
Oh, whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the cobalt from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result.
Holy shit.
How is that equal?
Anyway, the fact remains, Edgeworth has picked up true guns. Just myself,
God!
I did see you with pistol in hand, standing over the fire.
Okay, I can make it. I can make it. I can make it.
Make it if you try.
Yes.
I can make it.
You must have noticed something else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Ryunosuke, you have to stop talking about fictional women.
Oh,
As you have been in pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
if only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her.
I bet Dr. Wilson noticed her.
Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant.
I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect.
That's why I booked it for that time, so I can look out the window. I saw it in a painting once.
I know, Nessa. He did die, but I bet he saw her before he died.
Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone.
Yes, Your Excellency, there is indeed a reason, or was indeed a reason.
There was?
Yes. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
Is that
What is that, Counsel?
evidence? For me?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency.
It has an F on it. He's dead.
He is dead. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant.
Tata Clinic? Yes, there appeared to be an entry for the date in question. Jesus
get-
Christ, I do.
That's a reference.
I don't get that one. You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
It's an Ace Attorney reference.
19th November, noon to past 1 p.m.
The very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on this case.
Oh yeah.
I find it quite simple, actually.
I am confident.
I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke?
Uh-huh. Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really.
Oh, this guy.
Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it can be useful.
Well,
Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card as evidence?
yeah.
I better not. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
It's evidence?
Yes, evidence, yeah.
The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence.
Very well. The court will grant the defense's request.
Damn straight.
Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It is a most disturbing trend.
Oh my god, ouchie.
True.
The
True.
1900s, baby.
So true, bestie.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
There's a big note here that says F.
What we need right now is new clues.
Oh yeah? You want some new clues? Check this out.
I've got a clue.
Let me examine it. No.
Not yet.
Gotta wait.
We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right. I hear you.
You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate the accused, Korekta-san.
I want to press the button. Show me
Okay.
the thingy. No.
You can't yet.
No. No.
You're powerless. I'm afraid you're actually just powerless.
We're stuck in
powerless.
the tutorial.
You are powerless.
Have no
So
power
you-
yet.
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you?
More like Mr. Did It.
The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone.
That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only one single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one.
No.
The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why?
If so, then why?
If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea.
That's just what I expected.
You have no idea, do you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo?
Starting to get an idea.
Well,
Yes!
Why, why aren't you telling the truth?
what
shit.
a question,
Holy
Ryunosuke.
shit.
What? What did you say, Cadet?
I clearly remember.
Hold on a second. Okay, we can stop holding on.
There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor.
Soon, chat.
Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible.
Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing.
Well, we're happy you're enjoying the Voices Force. We're having a great time. a great time doing it.
He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this Phantom Lady.
Haha! But I...
No, but if such a woman were indeed present at the crime, the prosecution demands to see proof right now.
Fuck!
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that there be no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
Are those warriors of the
There's
Outrealms?
nothing I can say to that.
Thanks for following. This is great. This is great.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now.
We have.
Well, yes. But I don't feel like it changes much.
No, right now you're still going to jail.
Huh. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before.
Medical report card.
Oh, you mean this?
Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
She's are actually $10.
How exactly?
With your
Do you
eyeballs.
examine?
Yeah,
notice
it's
that
time
some
to
pieces
leave
of
the
evidence-
tutorial.
Bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press space, and you could take a closer look at the piece in question. Use.
Use woo.
Hydrate. Drink water, kids.
Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Are using WASD.
Fuck.
What?
Was.
You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before.
Then press spacebar to shoot.
Space hard to shoot.
Ryunosuke, that's the gun. Don't put your fingerprints on the gun anymore. Anyways, if the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further.
Ah, just like last night.
What?
If it starts to pulsate, examine it closer.
So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. And keep your internal thoughts internal. We've had this conversation so many times already.
Remember the
I'm an
advice I gave
external
you.
kind of guy.
Make eye contact and relax my throat.
See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Hi,
Better.
honey. How's it going, Blue?
Hello. I need to use WASD and space to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Play along, well.
Whoa.
God. Oh,
By the way, if you
Ah.
inspect every nook and cranny of this medical report, you get an achievement.
a Chivo.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
It says Hata Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries.
Now listen, Ryunosuke, I know vaccines are a new technology. Anyways, aren't they all the same?
When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life.
Damn,
Skill
that's
issue.
impressive. What do you mean? Whoa! Skill issue? One cold for like 21 years of life? Damn, that's impressive.
And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life.
Most people would give their right arm to have only had one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything.
What have we got? What else have we got, Christian?
Well, as long as we... Doesn't seem to be more here, so...
Just a second.
Flip it over.
Yeah, they're on the back there. Yeah. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago.
Yes? It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine.
God, I wish I had one of those.
Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one.
Ryunosuke,
Ryunosuke,
no!
what is up with you? Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then?
Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections.
It was one time, Ryunosuke.
And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb.
You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed.
Very bitter medicine indeed. What's this? Whoa!
Oh my god, it can open.
Ryunosuke, this is incredible 3D technology on the 3DS.
Oh!
This game is on the 3DS.
Wow. 3D?
Can you tell? Oh god, I can't straighten the book out. Okay, there we go. Ooh.
Well, so.
Ryunosuke, scientists are talking about this concept of dimensions. They say we have 3.
Well, I never trusted any of them anyway.
They're not doctors, Ryunosuke. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Makes sense. It's a medical report card. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed.
Ryunosuke, you're violating HIPAA. You're going to jail.
Ryunosuke, don't worry about that. There's no HIPAA in Japan. Perhaps I used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain.
Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed.
Oh.
Really?
Yes, you're literate, right? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind.
Well,
You mean well?
I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay.
with this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes.
So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you?
Don't you?
Definitely.
Pershmabs. I want to check one more thing in here.
Oh, we can check the front.
We could. Oh, okay, check the front, just for you guys.
This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think.
Definitely.
Really? Anyways, it's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there.
Exactly. And that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen.
Oh yes, what of it?
No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry.
You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke.
Guys, if I...
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
What's wrong, Christian?
I mean, it's just a normal card. We don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, it's just a normal card, Christian. Why wouldn't I... Ah!
Ryunosuke, I bet you can't read this if you don't know the words for kitchen.
Hey, Ron.
So I'll keep it a mystery until it's relevant.
Ron, what does it say down there?
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
I'm back. Oh, hello.
So on the back of this kitchen plan, Ray... Whoa!
Shenanigans.
Always check the back. Always check the back.
Dabadooby.
Well, that's unexpected.
What? What is?
You really are illiterate. Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga.
Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point.
Oh my god.
It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title.
Hi, Cinder. Glad to have you here.
Hello? His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
See if you do it after all.
Inspector? What on earth?
It's a person who inspects things, Ryunosuke. Anyways, I have no idea.
Norian scum!
Thanks for following so long, yeah.
Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here.
Oh my.
Oh my.
The mystery deepens.
The mystery deepens. Now you can't do a spin on everything, unfortunately.
Can we
Some
spin
things-
my badge?
Yes, we can! Oh!
Imperial.
Let's inspect it. Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like the spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although it does cause problems, lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind, or something?
Really is a Kamen Rider ass badge. You think like you press it down to your tension or something.
Henshin.
I
Whoa!
get it, but it's the Ace Attorney symbol. Hold on.
Haha.
What's going on over here?
My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. You may not come in, they say.
Shut the
Well
Ryunosuke?
done, Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke, they don't say that.
games.
Of course, you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart.
Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke, it's 3 numbers.
I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that.
Absolute homie.
I love this man.
Ryunosuke, it's 6 letters and then 4 of them are zeros. Like, come on, bruh. This guy.
This guy.
Okay, can't flip that around either. All right.
Where were we? They've
were
just been standing there.
Very patient gentleman.
It should be the...
This one, yeah?
Yeah, should be. Because
We
he
have to
couldn't
present
be dining.
The medical report card.
Yes!
Yes!
Nice.
Well, I think,
About what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer?
I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused.
Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it.
That's right, Ron. Thanks, Kazuma.
Love you too.
The shot.
Well, it wasn't a shot, it was a words of encouragement.
I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out.
Ron's doing great.
I appreciate it.
When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is you wanted to say.
End of my tail is itchy and I can't scratch it properly. Fuck.
A man after my own heart.
Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking.
Kazuma, you're so...
All right. And thanks for the advice.
You should pay more attention in classes, really.
Korekido-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim.
Oh,
Oh, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy?
Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
he's getting there, he's getting there.
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel.
But
Sorry, what the... Let me see if I can explain in words that you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant.
No!
But that's...
But that's... No buts.
Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words.
Fuck you!
Just... Alright, Ryunosuke, just make your
No,
point.
not you, him. I mean, you later. Him now.
My god.
Your Excellency! I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced... okay.
This
Slammed for
medical
real.
report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that?
That adverse petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted.
Whoa, what's this now?
And furthermore,
Dentistry.
if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating.
Oh my god.
Oh, just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what?
It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
Even the baby is sweating. Yeah, it's great.
What? No! That can't...
Correcto-san.
What, boy? What?
What?
As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all.
No! No!
Additionally,
There's more?
you have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case.
Yeah.
Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic.
Ah!
Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
You little upstart! These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! Look at this photograph! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table!
Objection!
Use your head.
But I don't want to use my head.
That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic?
How are you?
I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke?
Yes, most definitely.
So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat.
Yes.
Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? I'd like some myself. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel?
Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it?
Yes, Ryunosuke. All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of.
Turnabout, turning the trial.
A real Gyakuten Saibon, if you will.
Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been...
Me!
Me!
Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person!
Yes!
You agree with me?
There was, because I saw her.
When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table.
Maybe he's really bad at following doctor's orders.
Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it.
You gotta grumble louder, Ron. Your mic's not picking it up.
I think it's peaking, mostly.
Oh, no.
We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly.
Forward.
Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government?
Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you.
Oh, thank you. What do you mean?
I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand.
How is Kazu's bandana moving around? He's got the spirit of a shonen protagonist inside of him.
Yeah.
Samurai spirits, one might say.
Whoa! What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone.
Hi, I'm the main character.
So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies,
Mike Wazowski.
obviously,
Mike Wazowski.
you'll be charged with perjury.
Jury?
That never happens in this series.
And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing.
Oh no.
This really doesn't happen in the series.
Listen, in murder. No.
Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders.
That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentleman. That's what they told us. Oh.
What? What did you just say, Correcto-san?
Oh, no.
You were just following orders?
Oh no.
Hold on, lad. I was,
Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean
A woman?
you saw the victim with a lady from overseas?
The British.
What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you bear?
You bear.
Just one simple slip of the tongue!
It's too late now. You've unleashed the British.
Order! Council, explain what is going on here!
It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth.
Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing about this!
Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut?
Oh,
That's classified! Not now, son!
So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you?
You wouldn't! This can't be happening! Oh, son!
Ryunosuke. Judging from the way that they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it.
I didn't!
What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose.
Police bad? In my Phoenix Wright game? Actually kind of shocking.
Well,
I trust Gumshoe with my life.
any ideas about who might be behind this?
It's the cops!
It's the cops!
If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit.
So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut.
Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here.
But how? How can we possibly already have that?
Well, you've secret spoken, so that's your fault. Remember how we made progress before?
Before?
We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose.
He keeps drawing his sword. He's so ready to kill a man.
And there's no time to waste.
I want answers! If it's proven these witnesses have manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe!
It's your excellency! I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. Please.
And what does the defense have to say about all this, hmm?
Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Kazuma. No!
Oh, fuck.
Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yep.
It
was me!
It was Korekuta-san. 67. Damn, time has not been kind to him.
Sure isn't.
38, 47, 51, 42.
23.
29.
I'm gonna be that this year. Yes. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san.
Hosonaga-san! Waiter who attempted to stand earlier?
Poppycock!
He said cock.
What possible
Answer,
reason would
Kazuma.
the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence.
Well, you see, Gundam.
For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man were truly a waiter.
Well, you see, Dio, Hosonaga is suffering from the consumption. So, his age is getting to him a little bit.
What? If he truly were...
Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question?
Yes, he is a Red X.
I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything.
Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card? It's the back of the card that's of interest.
Ryunosuke, please. Fun card.
Beg your pardon?
Or perhaps I should have said the front?
Yes, you should.
Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is.
Ryunosuke, please.
Ryunosuke, I said to just say what you want to say, but
Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say?
Hosonaga-san sketched a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card.
He's doing his best. He's the main character, we promise.
The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious!
That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
Or...
What? The waiter is a police detective?
That's right.
I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Ah! Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well...
Inspector Hosonaga.
I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility.
Yes, let's flash back to it.
Oh no.
Most professional police detective.
You couldn't have made a fake card?
Or like taking any other sheet of paper to write it down on.
Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card.
I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective?
He really is a detective.
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible.
I was working undercover.
You're so
That's a nice cut, I gotta say.
Undercover?
Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover.
Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents?
That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide.
Or are they?
Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point.
Of course, Your Excellency.
We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was, in fact, another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true,
Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct?
This theme fucking bangs, by the way.
Going in. Oh, nice.
I'm more than right.
Correct, Your Excellency.
Unbelievable.
As I suspected.
Gone.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Hosonaga got shot.
As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed was an English woman.
The woman is real.
So the truth comes out.
I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders.
Oh no.
Special orders? You mean to say?
Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders.
But what if this Englishwoman was the killer?
I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea.
Well, you know what, Hosonaga? Fuck everyone's best interests.
The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, that would suck.
Mel?
Everything okay?
What's up? What did I do?
You
What?
skipped your lines.
You skipped all these lines.
Oh no, what did I do? How did I do it?
Are you on autoplay?
How did I do that?
You just kept going.
Huh. Were you leaning on a key?
I think the scroll wheel might have done me in.
Amazing.
Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question.
So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case.
But it's not right.
One possibility does spring to mind.
What do you mean, Kazuma?
Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. She's a young Englishwoman.
Oh.
What?
Stretch your spines, gamers.
You're a shrewd man. I can see why you were the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour.
You mean?
When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first.
Did you now?
Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector.
The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett.
I control the speed at which we Brett.
She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What?
Yeah.
What is happening? What is happening?
I admit, under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation.
What say you, Judge Hell?
Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false,
I'll tell you in a second, Brett. Now.
it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
What's the pun, Christian?
It's not a pun as such, but her Japanese name, Giselle Bullet, whatever, it's from the, like in the Sherlock Holmes books, at one point Watson was shot, and that's the type of gun he was shot with.
Oh, a Giselle? A
Yeah.
Beretta?
Something like that. Just...
Oh, Beretta. Okay, I get it.
Objection!
Excellency,
Yeah, I think your mic is peaking because you're trying to make him too high.
that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel.
Okay.
I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence to the proceedings of my courtroom.
Holy shit.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes, sir.
you will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency.
At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly.
So, it won't be a problem?
Strawberry jam. Nothing will get in my way.
Oh my god.
I like this guy.
I knew you would.
Hosonaga is actually great.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, one second. Yes. Your Excellency?
Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
It's time for the Christian show, starring Christian.
To be continued.
Yeah, I'm trying for a...
You get a pee break, get a drink, you can stand up, stretch, you know? Kick your legs out.
A first case with several parts. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, Pegasaurix. I am waiting with bated breath. Oh, you have no idea. All right, everyone. I'm gonna go pee as well. Go to the bathroom, get yourself some water, get your drink, get a snack. Give yourself 5 minutes. We'll reconvene.
Feel free to ask me anything in chat.
Wow, Christian, I can't believe you're giving a free discount.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one's been using it these past couple of streams, so I gotta sweeten the deal. That way, when they can't do it, they'll be like, oh man, gotta use my channel points.
I gotta do it. I'll do it.
I'll sell the channel points.
Nah, I've been having a good time. Thank you, Doc.
I'm about to get racist.
Uh-oh.
What
Uh-oh.
have you got there? A knife.
No!
No.
Square Enix did upload the VOD of the Final Fantasy 16 stream. Did you hear about what happened to that, Doc?
I caught the tail end of the explanation when I joined today. So as I understand, it was literally just the stream died.
Yeah. Soken tried to also listen to it and couldn't, and tweeted OMG.
OMG.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
It was a fast 5 minutes.
Hello.
I'm going for a Chris Hackney inflection on Hosonaga. I hope it's working.
You're doing great, Ron.
Thank you.
We're all doing great.
Oh god, Duck, your old man voices. Ray, you fucking destroyed me with yes and no, so holy shit. Oh, okay. I think he went to go get himself a drink.
Yes, sir.
I was a little worried when we started, but you know what? I'm not worried at all. We're doing great. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I have to stack up.
Ron and I have had...
I've said one line this whole time and took over for 5 seconds when Ron got called away.
Yeah.
I gotta stack the fuck up when I finally get to start talking.
Ron and I have had extensive training in our trail sessions.
Who needs training?
Ray, you're fucking killing it, dude. The yes and no voice is perfect.
It's real funny.
Oh god.
It reminds me of that one dude in Suikoden 5 who hates those filthy Godwins.
I love Egbert, dude. He's the best. He's exactly that character, by the way. So easy to get in.
Duck, are you back?
I've always been here.
Oh fuck. Okay, here we go. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants, Antechamber 5.
Man, that typewriter's going in.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb.
Well, someone has to think it. My heart was in my mouth the entire time.
It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes were popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time you've seen that.
It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer.
Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again.
Well, about that.
What?
Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she?
That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along.
Yes, you have, haven't you?
I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of.
Powers of observation.
I have this bracelet.
Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that?
No, I didn't see any of it.
That's a problem.
I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table.
You see, there's this gun I found.
And I was like, oh, kicking rad. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. Bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen.
Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay.
Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area.
We stuffed him into pants.
Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you.
It's time for the Christian show, starring Christian.
It's me.
Professor Mikitoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, it makes no difference.
Makes no difference to me. Sorry.
Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway.
Oh my god. Kazuma, how could you say that?
What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma?
What a decisive man.
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
Like a proper samurai, Kazuma is here to make decisions and not look back.
To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
You shot him, Professor?
Oh my god.
Yeah, no. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he?
You said that once already.
If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UME, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, soon.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Who was that?
Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please, make your way back inside the courtroom at once.
It's time. Let's get back to it, Aibo.
Aibo.
Chad, I got two more lines. Oh my god. I can't believe it.
I love it when you call me that.
Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hits them.
This is one of the best themes in the game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Kazuma.
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial,
So much main character energy.
he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose.
We cannot.
This setup is amazing.
All right then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial.
Remember, Ryunosuke, the only time you can thank someone is when it's all over. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. It's not a very creative name. With an extra large portion, of course.
Zam. Can Ryunosuke defeat Gun Bullet in Mortal Kombat?
Done.
Supreme Court of
Test your sight.
Courtroom 2. Test your sight.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Thanks, asshole.
Sorry.
That's not enough. I hate you.
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's flounders? Founders?
Again, terribly sorry.
Terribly sorry.
If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on.
Oh my god, he's so cool.
You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped up fucking boy! You and your friend know nothing! Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in!
You jumped up, rookie boy! Oh my god.
The sass on this man.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong! Diplomacy has never been more critical! Steady political maneuvering, I guess, is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
I tried.
Thank you, counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Mr. Zylbrett.
Oh, are you excited? I'm excited.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Yes. Your Excellency!
Here. Oh my god.
Take a swan dive there, my lady.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Gotta check the Okay, this thing is on. You should turn it off?
Everything alright?
No, it was just the screen was clipping a little. I'll turn it off.
Yeah, I noticed it too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea!
Jesus.
Is that true?
no idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carne. Yes, we know about you already. Oh,
Inspector Hosonaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first.
Is that true?
No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of.
Oh, yes. I think I did, didn't I?
Yeah, it was like 5 minutes ago.
That's right, Laundry Man.
Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply
Are those warriors
a woman.
Thanks for following, Lord Nanfoodle.
Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking.
Guilty.
charge. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh. Right.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Umea University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear such dulcet tones of a delightful language of the British people.
I will.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough.
Yes, I agree.
You don't know a lick of English, do you?
You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it?
Who are you? You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke.
Ryunosuke.
Well, let's compliment each other more.
Lady for taking the stand.
God, everyone loves her immediately. God.
This sounds familiar.
Now,
Well,
if
we
we
gotta
may
butter
trouble
up.
you to confirm something, Miss.
Miss Brett.
3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time.
Yeah, chat, we can't use that word. Before you start throwing it out more. It is illegal on Twitch.
Is that correct?
Everyone knows you can't say Subaha on Twitch.
She says, yes.
This could take some time.
So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese.
She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately.
Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape.
I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? This photograph. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Jumbo shrimp!
Yes, I see. Apparently, it was very frightening. And a sorrowful sight.
Do you mean to say?
Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood.
Oh no!
Order! Order in court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here, we have absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
The British.
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Let's have
This will
it.
be annoying.
Here we go.
Frightening and sorrowful sight.
Interesting. I had arranged to meet us for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Ah, I understand. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Obviously.
Yes!
This is a condemning test.
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Stop interrupting the judge! God!
Objection!
Ain't you filthy wretch? Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White Angel.
Jumbo shrimp.
I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe.
You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke.
I love sushi.
You must blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn.
Oh, but he's so annoying.
I thought he said you shouldn't blurt out while you're goated like that.
Quirked up Japanese man goated with the sauce?
Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go.
Of course.
Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however.
Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm.
I would think she could have a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have a hidden weapon, have a hidden weapon that can be shown. This is moot.
You did great, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. There are no pockets on my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on that matter.
Oh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it.
Ryunosuke?
Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke.
But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day.
Ryunosuke, oh my god.
You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart.
I'll start with her dress.
Yes!
Ryunosuke.
The smirk.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
Alright!
Here we go again.
My favorite part about her model here is that in the stance, she looks like a stale glass pose.
Yes!
Perfect.
Yes. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch. Shut up. I will not take your sass, Ryunosuke. I can eat my lunch
getting
whenever I want
judged
to.
by how late you eat normally compared to this man?
I can eat whenever I want to. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right?
Yes.
No.
Ah,
A decisive English no has quite a sting to it.
the gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together.
But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first.
Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier.
That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch the following victim's treatment, which is why it was so late.
That's right, Christian. 2 p.m. lunch is late.
Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Oh my god. No.
Yes!
No.
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, correct?
At the clinic. It's funny now that I get it.
That's right.
You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering.
Was Miss Brett aware of that fact?
Uh-huh. It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment.
So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett?
Got some serious
That's right.
chompers on her.
Yes.
Look at that bite.
It was cut. You can see the knife.
No, hold on, seriously. Keep clicking the magnifying glass. Look at that.
It was cut.
It was cut here.
Look at the
That's
knife.
not cut.
Oh.
It was
It's
cut
a
I
here.
suppose that is a pretty...
That's
Yeah, well, that is a bite
That's
mark.
a big set of chompers on you there. Good lord.
Okay, Giselle, if those are really your teeth.
Swan lady got a big beak, maybe?
She had
a
to
big
feed the
beak.
swan.
Had a big beak.
Yes, the swan did it.
The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events.
Exactly as it was left.
Dear me! What a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible blight.
Well, we all know the state of British teeth.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all.
That's right. Other than some carbonated water.
Just water?
Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that diners toasted to their lunch. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each.
Dangerous.
They each raised a glass of carbonated water.
What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement?
It's probably
Letter from Lee.
nothing.
Christian,
It's very meaningful.
come on.
That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right.
Yes.
The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony.
Gladly, she said.
That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one.
Which one?
The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase.
I really hope you don't. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke.
God. Oh, they're so great together.
Cheers!
Yes!
Cheers!
So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you?
Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so.
Except you're actually a detective?
Details.
And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. It was huge.
Yes. The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world.
Yes, that's true.
What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion.
A land of no beef.
And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful.
The country still having it be closed?
Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is?
True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying.
Ryunosuke looks off to the camera. He stares
Nah.
right at you. What do you see, Ryunosuke?
What
Tell
do you
us.
think, Claire?
Player, are you figuring this out too?
We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now.
God, he's looking at us even more now. God.
Player?
What are you looking at?
What's the matter,
Because you
trainer?
never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around.
Understood, Kazuma.
Oh,
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor.
A very argumentative.
All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello.
Please, don't get angry with me.
No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor.
I'm afraid your words are in vain.
Sorry?
Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all to piku English.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman,
Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Unlike mine. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be.
I should get an English name. Winston Payne. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat.
That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it?
Yes, I still had some coffee to drink.
Coffee.
And the next time you got up after that,
Was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
The coffee did it.
Smirk.
She knows many things.
Yes!
Shot through the heart.
And you're too. Oh.
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun.
and like I
But-
said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over.
I'm sorry. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side.
Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shots rang throughout the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun that I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady.
That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel!
Oh my god.
Dirty?
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident. Boy!
Kozo!
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense. The lady was merely stating what she saw.
And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
A little bit.
International incident in his brain, that's for sure.
Yes!
Comically missing the point.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it?
Absolutely. I verified it personally.
Nah. You verified it?
Yes, immediately after the incident. I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not."
Oh, Sonaga, please.
All you did? You just asked her?
Earlier you carried out a physical search, Inspector.
No.
Why on earth not?
Oh my god.
The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need to go any further probing into the matter.
The 1900s, am I right?
Am I right?
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, then the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence.
Ugh.
I understand. The lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave.
Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there.
Not get her out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
I am the
She's
goat.
maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him.
Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie.
Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she is an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform.
I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons.
Yes. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is.
I love how many times Kazuma, well anyways, Ryunosuke.
If we can't do it, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room.
Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either.
The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. With that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you.
I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Quick, play Persona 5 beneath the mask.
Quick, give Ray a woman.
Now, is it this one, Christian?
Yep.
I can't remember exactly what it was.
Or it's, was it this one or
No,
the
it's
next
not this one. It's actually the next one.
The
The one that you asked for, remember?
No, it was the previous one.
This is the one we asked for, Duck, you silly goose.
Oops, XD.
Yes!
Yeah, I was.
Wait, no.
Oh.
Well, fuck. I'm bad. I clicked press.
Yes.
not
What are you and the professor? Except yours.
The beefsteak.
Yes.
Guys, no! No!
Yes,
Don't
that's
make
true.
fun of- No!
And I
Oh,
heard
God!
customary.
This is just like, I'm sorry.
But anyway,
No, no, God, no, please!
House.
Not like this!
Sir,
understood.
why are you staring out in space?
Oh, God. Never misclick again. Is it the photo?
Yeah.
There's only one glass.
Did you figure it out, viewer? If not,
Yes!
Lamau.
Lamar.
Oh, that's it. I figured it out. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left.
Yes. That is correct, the lady says.
Well, that is... It's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd about the defense? What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
What?
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over
Minutia.
Minutia, thank you. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Oh!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence?
Could he have?
Of course not.
Unless...
Unless.
Hold on, I'm adjusting myself.
I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table.
The Wimpy slap kills me every time. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna react every time. It's so funny.
Unless some young upstart university student ate the glass bottle. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? Sorry, that was a Trials and Tribulations reference.
I got it, don't worry.
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table.
Oh.
I ate one.
Inspector, what did the lady say?
It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she said.
Good gracious!
Sorry.
She controls the speed at which we bred indeed.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
A mischief maker!
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief.
Shake, shake.
You're right. She's a troublemaker.
I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Yes.
You're right.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying.
A handbag, you say?
A bag hand.
Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. This student had been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know really.
But you will soon.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance.
Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's...
Gosh! I wonder what the deeper significance could be, guys! Can you point it out? Can you find the clue on screen?
It's the stack of papers to the right of Ryunosuke.
All I can think of is that big swan.
She hid it inside the big swan!
That's her handbag.
Wait, the lady puts the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun.
You're right!
Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
I was wondering if you'd eyebrow twice.
When I feel like it only.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes.
did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? I think that's the very first time I've said her name.
No, sir, I did not.
As I thought. In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No.
No.
Order! Order! Order!
End of this, Inspector. The meaning of what, Prosecutor Alchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, Aibo. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask.
Do you think so, Kazuma? You doing okay, buddy?
No.
What a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary.
Unnecessary in what way? More cover-ups?
I ought to thank the student lawyer, really.
This face every time.
I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about.
Oh yeah?
This photographic print.
Another one.
Oh no.
Oh dear. Oh, what's that over there?
This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to immediately take after the shooting.
What's that over there?
Does my man have a tattoo?
What's going on here?
What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
Hermit crab.
What's that?
What is that?
As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag.
Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside.
That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment.
Oh no.
So the contents are clearly visible.
Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping me prove that, Naruhodo-san.
Ouch. Are you okay, Ryunosuke?
Order! Order!
He'll survive. Maybe.
Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once!
Oh man. Oh man.
Certainly, Your Excellency.
I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel.
Let me in. Let me in. I gotta
No.
stop clicking the magnifying glass. Is glass? There's glass. What's that?
Grazie lo stando!
What's that?
Why? I don't know.
If you think, just consider that those two things are legs, and it's looking away from you. There's a little divot there that might
No, no, Christy. Oh, God. God.
What?
I can't believe you've turned this into twerking amogus.
Oh my god!
Look at it. It's a butt. Why is everyone so mean to me?
You're the main character.
How could you do this to us, Christian?
Well, stream's over. Goodbye.
Well, hold on. Where have we seen that shape before?
Hello.
Interesting.
What does it mean?
I don't know.
Oh no. Right?
Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic printer submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion.
Oh no.
That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No.
No.
Yes.
Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Kazuma?
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue.
What? You mean this is it?
Oh no.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat.
What kind of saying is that?
You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice.
True justice.
Alright, social Darwinist, I see how it is.
A fact you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit?
Yes.
It'd be okay if it was one I did commit. But... and Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma.
What?
Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around?
You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest.
Well, actually.
Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue.
Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling.
It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Yes?
That smug little...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me,
Yes!
I hereby find you... Huh?
Wait. Your Excellency.
Ryunosuke?
I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
Oh my god.
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yes, it is.
So you
Your
agree?
Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance.
For now, I'm wondering why he's saying yes. In Japanese, he's saying hi, which does not explicitly mean yes, but literal translations to the English version of the game. Anyway.
There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
What? This blatant straw clutching. Look at the photograph, right? All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke.
I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it.
Literally.
Or my wrist.
Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
Here we go.
What?
But be warned
Holy
that if
shit!
I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect.
Holy shit! He's
That
wearing
is a
penis.
boss animation.
Oh my god.
Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Your Excellency.
So, take another look at the photograph that Inspector Hosonaga submitted to the court.
God, I love Judge Goku.
You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded.
It's right there.
Yes!
Yo, imagine if this was a limited penalty like right away.
Right.
Look at this hair. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist.
That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Burn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Dear me, I was wondering what that new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Go on, Inspector.
The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
Well, actually.
Hi-Res. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn.
Day, please.
Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and the other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. Praise be to Britain.
Oh my god!
Do you believe this burn? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case?
To be honest, I'm not really sure.
I was getting so enraptured that I thought the voices were in the game and I was just blindly clicking.
But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over.
Like director's commentary.
So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful.
Yes, you're right.
I am?
If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Oh man.
Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Well, well, well. I have
Indeed.
evidence. Don't you worry, Mr. Judge.
Indeed, I am afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture.
Yes, thanks for the 43 months. It's the cops!
But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it?
I would, yes.
To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face.
More? Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case.
So professional.
This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means.
So then, the defense will not present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
It's this goddamn plate again!
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print?
It's very useful. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore.
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further, really, would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore.
What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Okay.
What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Got him.
Beep.
Beep, I'm a sheep.
The beefsteak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on.
The plate. Ah!
Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
Weird fucking trademark.
Ah,
This emblem on the plate.
This very hot
Fire.
emblem. This emblem of fire. This.
And a hot plate.
Fire of seals. And the victim's burn
Right. And a hot plate.
are exactly the same shape.
Ryunosuke, you genius!
spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
If that's the case, can't know if it happened on the day of question or not. I'm bullshitting. It could have happened the day before or the day before that. It would likely happen some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchi, the chances of that are extremely slim.
thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I don't know. Would he agree?
He's an
He's
honorable
Gendo
man.
posing.
I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has just pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Details.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. Yes, that's the strange part.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think?
Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap.
Oh no.
There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson...
He was already dead.
Oh my god.
No.
No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead.
Oh god.
Already
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation.
Oh my god.
When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
No.
That's madness!
Order! 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 Please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot!
Or was he?
Right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp for the facts.
Objection!
No, Professor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts.
PhD ouchie.
I beg your pardon!
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, this court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it.
Incredible.
Does she? Does she know?
I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events.
Me playing this game.
I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. Now I control the speed at which you, Brett.
But Your Excellency! All Hail Britannia!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile?
Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Ugh!
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all.
But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world.
Why is she French?
Because I gotta put a different spin on it. As a gentleman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
French was pretty popular. Yeah.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Oh, let's go! Oh, let's go!
Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this, the lavish consideration you graciously afford us, all Hail Britannia.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Wiley? So, we're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
It's been 4 hours, finally.
Well, I can see I'm no longer needed.
The victim's death.
You look pretty dejected.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem reports show no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Is there some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace? Please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
I love the dripping racism! Let's go! That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you.
Easy does it.
Average racism joke.
I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Ron's gone. Christian, do your best.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to our country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
The Minister of Justice.
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Uh-huh. Thanks. Was that a prayer, then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much.
Guess I never miss, huh?
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Oh, it's about time.
If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yoshikze!
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination.
Beautiful. Also, this scene also fucking raw. Every song in this game is great, and we're not even to the best ones yet.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? Oh,
Ouch.
What fun! You hadn't realized.
Yada.
Is Ron back?
I don't think so. I think say something.
The dear lady is absolutely right.
Ryunosuke, as your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself. What?
Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing?
Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Very tiny. Yes!
I'm back.
Hey, Ron.
Well, I can't.
Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered his steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Oh?
Hmm.
Damn you.
I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, I mean, it means blessed you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma.
Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter.
Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, you wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that.
And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
No.
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you are able to show evidence to the court to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
That's
Well,
right.
someone has to be.
I'm glad you agree.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body.
Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force have thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation.
There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it?
How no Paris have thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
A way of killing someone that leaves no trace.
Yeah, she's wearing a
We
fucking bird
need
on her
some
head.
evidence to back us up here.
Yes, evidence.
Swan Lake, baby.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Hello? Hello?
It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene.
Sorry, my bonus.
I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouch is finally starting to see sense.
Oh my
I got it,
god.
homie.
I very much doubt that.
Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. I wonder what it could have been. Oh well. Probably my imagination.
What do you think, Ryunosuke?
I think it's going terribly.
Good.
No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information.
Yes, as expected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over.
But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma?
What, Ryunosuke?
There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me.
Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett?
Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga.
The detective?
Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe.
Are you ready for game mechanics?
Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time.
If you think so, but
I do. But this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective.
So, Ray, did you play Leighton versus Right?
No, I have not.
I did. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
I'm going to cut that swan in two.
This game has
game mechanics, Ray?
This game has a lot more in common with Leighton versus Right than it does previous Ace Attorneys, actually.
It super
Cool.
does, yeah.
I mean, that guy kind of goes with the territory, I suppose.
No.
We already did this. Calm down.
Yeah, oh, that's true, yes.
Calm down. I'm doing exactly what Kazuma said.
Cheetah! Bonitis.
Yes. There it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why?
Well, because it's the same historical event. Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity.
What do you mean?
Well, when people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they'll often let their guard down.
You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts, all alone.
Don't worry, Yankee. He's just got tuberculosis. It's no big deal.
It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought.
Pursue!
Sorry? Pursue?
I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker.
What marker? Oh, that one.
At this moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement.
You're right, Dave. It is
Yes,
the
sir.
consumption.
Thank you for the PowerPoint.
But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand.
That's right.
While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space.
So, as you may have already assumed, there will be more times in the future where we'll have more than 2 witnesses, where we'll have more than 3 witnesses, all on the stand at the same time.
I do remember seeing that in Professor Layton.
Do you know how
catch the
many?
person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue.
Do you know how many witnesses one case in Leighton versus Wright had at the time?
How many?
I recall hearing at least like 5 at some point.
10.
I played the game, but I don't remember. Oh, good lord.
That's
Had 10
insane.
witnesses, and the frame rate died.
I played that game, and I don't even remember that. Holy shit.
My God.
It was the Knights at the final case.
Oh.
Three Wailord are like, yes, join us, brothers.
The 6th Wailord fight's just like, ah, yes, my sibling. God. 10. Oh.
10.
If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people in the stand, take a good look around.
I'm gonna run the kitchen again.
Alright then. So first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
AD.
I like how it has her face on the side there, like if you scroll over. Just to make
What
sure you
are
know
you
who's
saying
talking.
this? Yeah.
Coming after you, Hosonaga.
Excuse me. Right, front left.
Duck, take over Laurent's
I'm
gun.
Okay.
so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply.
It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say?
Danger music.
If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Oh!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Immediately. Oh, is that how it works?
Absolutely not.
Hmm?
The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Yes! Not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case.
Inspector Hosonaga,
Yes?
do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett?
Well, do ya, buddy?
Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless.
What do you really mean by that?
I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see.
It's a crime.
Oh my god.
That's a little extreme and very
Pog.
That's a crime!
it's not cool, guy.
I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Okay, maybe I am a little ashamed.
We pressed him and found out that he preserves evidence, even if
his
he's not really
pockets.
allowed to.
Uh-oh.
A crime scene thief.
Well, it looks like some ratings remarks touched a nerve there.
Take this, for example.
Is that?
This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day of the question. And I'm sorry, but I have to run the kitchen one last time.
It's Kara. Take over.
Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But what's carbonated water? I don't care what anyone says.
Is it in question? Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it.
One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it.
I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence.
Oh my god.
Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
My dinner's finished.
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination.
Oh, that's what we were doing?
And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Ah.
Yes, that's what we'll call it.
Please control your tuberculosis.
Did we get the bottle?
Yes, just now.
Should we check it out?
I guess.
Oh, there's no
we
new,
can examine
no new
the bottle.
testimonies. The what?
The bottle.
The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French. This must be very expensive water.
Expensive water. Of course it is.
Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had.
It looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now.
You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going.
No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that.
Ryunosuke, please.
Buddy! Holy shit, my guy!
For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence.
Please do not drink evidence.
Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we?
You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one.
I wonder, could there be anything in this water?
Well, maybe.
What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden.
I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah? And the water
Turn it
goes
upside down.
everywhere. Ugh, it's all gone!
Ryunosuke, you can't go pouring evidence out.
Just get in there. Dive in. I think that's all for now.
Yep.
That is all for the bottle.
Is it this one?
I think
It should
is.
be, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would. Yeah, that's what I would go for. I think.
You could have clubbed him with this bottle. Like in Ace Attorney 4.
What is this? The bottle of water?
Grab it from with your hand upside down.
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Poison.
Poisson.
Running through my skin. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Took a swig of poison.
Oh my god.
Order! Order! Order!
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink?
Me.
There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Just say, Brett, it was you.
Objection!
That is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling of that rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact is that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth.
Huh?
If I may.
Shut up!
It is you who should be silent.
Girl, of course. Dear lady.
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not?
Of course.
You did?
Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it.
Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
Jeez.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself.
No!
Ryunosuke?
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
What fuck?
Hey, Japanese!
I was so sure.
This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit.
Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm done for.
You're done.
I'm done for.
The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that has caused you, Miss Brett.
Oh no. I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point?
Kazuma?
Oh fuck.
I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Toodles genteel. Oh.
Cha-chung!
Please, wait.
Isn't that...
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued!
Oh man.
Again!
Two
Do
to be
it.
continued in the first case.
I know it.
This game was just like, you've played Ace Attorney before.
Whoa.
Don't hold back
This
anymore.
case is large.
Yes, and that will be all for today. There was no way we were finishing this in one sitting. There was no
It just
way.
keeps going. It just keeps going.
It is 6:10 a.m.
Boy howdy.
So next Saturday, we'll finish off the first case and poke into the second one since it's well, this isn't. It's not a trial. Let's put it that way.
We also have the little interlude thing.
All right, Christian. I'll poke the interlude as well. But everyone, thanks for coming. I had a great time. I hope you all had a great time as well.
It was good.
And I'll see you on tomorrow. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but I'll try to get more sleep tonight so we can stream tomorrow and hang out. If not, I'll see you on Tuesday, and we'll see you next Saturday for more Good Ace Attorney. Yeah.
Ho-ho!
Ahoo! Bye everyone.
Yahoo!
Goodbye.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Kazuma, let's have sex.
Okay.
Wow.
Right here in the courtroom.
Wow, they really just said that. Amazing.
That was pretty good.